Hello everyone. Tonight we're going to take you on a journey that stretches far beneath the dust of history into places you were never supposed to find. Imagine this: you're alone in a desert that shouldn't have a name. The air is dry enough to crack silence itself. Your boots crunch over broken clay tablets, half buried in sand. Ahead, a ruined ziggurat leans toward the sky like it remembers being a god. And it does. You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Let me know your thoughts in the comments and where and when you're listening from. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get started tonight. Section 1. You duck into the shadow of the crumbled tower. The sun outside rips heat across the dunes, but in here, it's cool and breathless. The walls are covered in a repeating pattern, swirling glyphs carved into the stone, almost like they were written in a trance. A quiet breeze passes through a slit in the ceiling, and you swear it's whispering in a language you forgot how to speak. This is Eridu, or what's left of it. One of the first cities in recorded history, they say. But tonight, you're not looking for history. You're looking for something the archaeologists don't catalog: the teachings the priests whispered when no one was watching. Buried in layers of fired clay are fragments of what scholars today call consciousness tablets. These aren't stories of crops and taxes. These are maps of the self, instructions, written in cuneiform for reaching Namu's mirror, a state of awareness the Sumerians believed allowed you to split your soul and stare back at it. It's not meditation, not quite a dream, it's more like lucid dissociation. The tablets describe a three-stage process. 1. Fast from noise, which apparently included not just food and sound, but even eye contact. 2. Repeat specific geometric visualization spirals folding into squares, squares unfolding into stars. 3. Let your mind unmake itself until the body sleeps but awareness floats free. Modern cognitive scientists still argue about whether these were metaphorical or literal, but here's a weird twist. One clay tablet describes a side effect of the ritual: hearing your own thoughts in someone else's voice. Yeah, no thanks. A British researcher named Halverson tried to replicate the ritual in a sensory deprivation tank. He claimed the moment he entered the third stage, he heard a woman humming in a language made of glass. He quit academia the next week and became a beekeeper. Coincidence? Maybe, but who gives up tenure for honey? You keep walking. Deeper into the ruins, past walls that seem to pulse with faint heat. You touch a stone etched with a spiral and your fingertips tingle like you've just licked a battery. Then a bat squeaks overhead, and you remember you're still in your body. Barely. The Sumerians believed that forgetting the dream world was a kind of exile. They thought we were meant to move between layers of consciousness like boats passing under bridges, awake, dreaming, aware, not. Their priests were trained to fall asleep without losing awareness. It's what we might now call hypnagogic lucidity. But they had a term for the people who mastered it: nam shub, those who slip through stories. And that's the real reason these teachings were forbidden. Because slipping through stories, that means escaping the narrative that keeps civilization polite. That's dangerous. Imagine if someone realized the whole world is a shared delusion and decided not to play along anymore. You wouldn't even need a weapon, just silence and a stare. Anyway, joke break. You know what the Sumerians probably didn't invent? Work-life balance. Their tablets include spells for banishing unrest, which I'm guessing is ancient HR speak for burnout. Back to the ruins. You step into what must have been the inner sanctum. There's a hole in the ceiling and the moonlight hits a basin of cracked obsidian in the center. It's dry, but the reflection ripples anyway. For a moment, just a flicker, you see your reflection split in two. Not mirrored, just watching you, like it's waiting for you to ask the right question. You blink, and it's gone. A whisper. Maybe your own voice says you've been here before. And weirdly, you feel like you have. Maybe that's what the Sumerians meant. You can only remember the forbidden teachings after you've dreamed them once. Which, if you're doing this right, might be happening right now. Section 2, you step out of the ziggurat just as the sky begins to blur from copper to violet. The desert winds pick up like the earth is sighing in its sleep. You look up, and something isn't right. The stars are wrong. Not just unfamiliar, not just too many. They're arranged. You blink and rub your eyes, but the pattern remains. They look like nodes in a circuit diagram, dots of light, connected by invisible lines you can almost feel in your frontal lobe. Later, when you're safe-ish, you'll learn that you're standing not far from a forgotten observatory hidden deep in the Andes, a place where ancient skywatchers track the heavens in a way that still baffles modern astrophysicists. For now, though, you keep walking because your feet know something your brain hasn't caught up to yet. The place is called Chanquillo. It's a series of ruined towers, stretched across a desert ridge like vertebrae in a fossilized serpent. The mainstream history books will tell you it was a solar observatory built over 2,000 years ago, but the locals say it's much older. They say the towers were once alive. Weird thing, the tower alignments don't just track the sun, they also trace asterisms no longer visible in our skies, constellations that vanished with axial precession tens of thousands of years ago. Stars we shouldn't even remember. Yet here they are, carved into stone. One of the glyphs scratched behind a fallen slab matches a pattern seen in the Lascaux cave paintings in France. That's a 15,000-year time gap. And still, the same shape, a Y-shaped constellation called the Crane That Watches. Scientists still argue about how disconnected cultures shared such specific astronomical motifs. Some say it's coincidence. Some say it's evidence of ancient travel or a universal human archetype. Others stay quiet. You step closer to the main tower. It's hollowed out now, open to the elements. And inside is a stone circle carved with 7 concentric rings. A replica of the night sky. But not our night sky. This one includes a central void, a dark sun marked with radial spokes. A Peruvian anthropologist once called this the absence star. According to her translation, it represents that which watches when all else is asleep. You don't like that. Still, you kneel down and brush dust off one of the rings. The moment you touch it, a low vibration hums through your bones. Not quite sound, not quite memory. Like being inside a dream that's remembering you. You're not the first to feel it. In the 1970s, a grad student named Ruiz claimed she spent a night at Chanquillo and woke up with a detailed star chart tattooed across her back. Naturally, her thesis was rejected. She works in cybersecurity now. Here's the thing, most observatories point outward. This one, it seems to point inward. One ring matches the sun's path. Another, the moon. A third, Mars. But the fourth one spins mathematically speaking like it's tracing human attention. Not orbit, not gravity, cognition. Like the builders weren't just watching the sky, they were sinking their minds to it. Let's slow down with the definition. Entrainment is a neuroscience term that means sinking to oscillating systems like brain waves and external rhythms. So they harmonize. You've felt this before if music ever made you sleepy, or if someone's breathing slowed and yours matched without thinking. Now imagine designing stone towers to entrain not your ears, but your thoughts. Each sunrise aligned to shift your consciousness. Each season calibrated to rewrite your perception of time. Makes you wonder if ancient astronomers were more like software engineers. But for the soul, here's your scheduled joke so you don't float off too soon. Historians say these sites were sacred calendars, which is funny, because my Google Calendar once booked me for 3 meetings at the same time, and I still didn't achieve transcendence. You sit in the center of the final ring, spine straight, breath soft. The wind dies, the stars pulse. You hear a click, like the whole sky just locked into place, and then a vision, not a memory, more like a whisper in pictures. A civilization that mapped not just stars, but feelings. They'd gather under certain constellations to update their moods. Loneliness on Thursdays, courage during eclipses, grief only on the solstices. Emotion wasn't private. It was synchronized. You open your eyes. You don't remember closing them. The night is darker now, quieter. The towers are just stones again. But inside your chest, a slow rhythm beats in sync with the stars above. You've been entrained, and somewhere deep in your mind, an ancient pattern begins to unfold. Section 3. By now, you're not sure if you're still in the Andes or somewhere else entirely. The landscape around you has shifted again. You're surrounded by jagged cliffs and thick mist, the kind that wraps around your ankles like it's thinking. There's a distant humming, not mechanical, not natural, just vibrating. You follow the sound. It leads you to a narrow mountain pass, almost hidden behind a veil of prayer flags, faded, torn, and fluttering like the last thoughts of an ancient dream. A steep path winds upward, and somehow your feet are already moving before you can decide. At the summit is a flat stone platform, surrounded by what look like tuning forks made of polished obsidian, each taller than a man and spaced with unsettling precision. You're in the shadow of a monastery that no longer exists, but the sound, it's still here. Welcome to the forbidden teachings of the Dzogchen monks, guardians of an alleged technique called acoustic levitation. Now, acoustic levitation is a real phenomenon. Scientists today can float small objects, beads, droplets using high-frequency sound waves. It's not magic, it's physics. Pressure nodes form in the air and hold things suspended. But here's the thing. Social media gurus still argue about whether ancient civilizations actually used sound to move giant stones. Yes, it sounds ridiculous, but also, you're currently standing in front of 20-ton boulders stacked like Jenga blocks at 11,000 feet with no roads, no wheels, and no rational explanation. Tibetan legends say that monks used chanting and longhorns to soften the stones, tuning their frequency until the rocks forgot they were heavy. You touch one of the obsidian forks and it sings under your fingers. Just for a second, like it's answering a question you didn't ask. There's a story, probably apocryphal, about a Swedish explorer in the 1930s who snuck into a hidden valley in Tibet. He claimed to have witnessed monks arranging instruments in a circle, aiming them at a slab the size of a van. They chanted for 10 minutes. The slab rose 3 feet off the ground, hovered, rotated slowly, and then settled perfectly on top of a temple wall. Of course, when he got home, he was mocked. He published a single article, then disappeared from public life. His last known employment was as a piano tuner in Stockholm. Fitting, back on the mountain, the wind shifts again, and you notice something stranger. The forks around you aren't randomly placed. Their positions mirror the angles of your inner ear like an anatomical diagram turned into architecture. That's not for decoration, it's for resonance. You sit cross-legged on the platform's center. The hum deepens. Your skin prickles like your body's become an antenna. And now, your bones feel lighter. Not metaphorically, literally. Your arms twitch upward against your will. Your spine straightens. The humming slides from your ears into your jaw, then ribs, then your mind. A sudden pressure builds behind your eyes like the moment before a sneeze or an insight, and just when you think you can't take it anymore, it stops. Silence. Pure and total. Then, a memory that isn't yours. Stoneworkers in robes moving boulders with humming bowls. Children tuning crystals like musical instruments. A society that believed gravity wasn't a force, it was a disagreement. A tension between your atoms and the Earth's desire to hold them. They taught that everything is vibration. But more than that, intention controls frequency. So if you change your mental state, you change your relationship to mass. You look around the platform again and realize that these tuning forks aren't just tools, they're teachers. They've been waiting. A bird lands near one of them and chirps. The tone it makes triggers a ripple, almost like an invisible wave dances across the air. You blink and whisper, "Can I learn?" And somewhere, deep in the folds of space or your own mind, the answer hums back. You already are. Definition break before you float away. Cymatics is the study of visible sound vibration. Look it up when you're awake, sand forming sacred patterns on vibrating plates, water dancing into geometric shapes. Now, imagine applying that to your own thoughts. Because if matter can be moved by vibration, then so can memory. Maybe trauma is just a song you didn't finish. Maybe healing is just learning the right frequency. Anyway, here's your sonic pun of the night. Tried to explain this to my microwave. It just gave me static and burned my popcorn. Guess some frequencies aren't ready to ascend. You stand slowly. The forks are still. The wind has quieted for a moment. Gravity feels optional. Like you could step off the cliff's edge and hum your way back up, but instead, you climb down, one foot after the other, and as you descend, the sound continues inside you. Not noise, not music, just alignment. Section 4. By now, you've forgotten which continent you started on, and your dreams are probably trying to file for a passport. You push through thick green foliage, moist, lush, and absolutely disinterested in your presence. Every leaf looks like it's listening. Every root seems like it was placed with purpose. This isn't just jungle, it's a pattern pretending to be a forest. And eventually, you reach a ruined city in the heart of the Yucatan Peninsula. But it's not just ruined, it's coiled from above, and yes, your imagination is floating. Now you see the whole thing is laid out like a mandala, circles within, squares within serpent paths. It isn't urban planning, it's meditation in stone. Welcome to the city that dreamed itself. The Maya weren't just building temples, they were mapping consciousness. Each plaza was a mental node, each hallway a thought corridor. The city was designed as a neural architecture, not metaphorically. Literally, philosophers still argue about whether consciousness can be extended into space. The Maya didn't argue, they just built their beliefs into limestone and invited people to walk through their own awareness. You pass under a stone arch carved with dual-headed serpents. In Mayan cosmology, the serpent isn't evil, it's transition. The thing that swallows one world and births another, that's comforting. The layout of the city is striking. The central pyramid doesn't face true north. It faces dream north, an orientation calculated to align not with celestial mechanics, but with the average trajectory of dreams reported by shamans in trance. Imagine being so committed to lucid dreaming that you realign your entire infrastructure to optimize REM sleep. One of the temples is covered in glyphs that, when translated, seem to read like instructions. Hold your breath in 3 beats. Let your eyes soften until you forget time. Step on the shadow, not the stone. Creepy. Effective. A researcher once tried to follow those steps exactly while walking through the temple and had what he described as a full-blown 5D ego collapse. He now lives in a yurt and collects quartz bowls. You step through a doorway etched with repeating spirals. As you do, the air thickens. Not hot, just dense, thought-like. It feels like the walls are remembering you. You reach a central courtyard where the grass grows in clean squares despite centuries of abandonment. No one's tending this, but it's geometrically perfect. And in the middle is a low stone basin filled with water so still it reflects nothing. You lean over it, and instead of seeing yourself, you see a child building a city out of stacked leaves and beetle shells. They look up at you, blink, then smile. That's when you realize something uncomfortable. The city didn't reflect a dream. It caused it. You're inside a space built to trigger specific cognitive states. The angles of the walls channel sound into theta waves. The hallways bend light to induce pareidolia, faces and shadows, voices and breezes. In modern terms, this is a psychogeometric construct, a place engineered to hack your sense of self. Here's a definition before your hippocampus melts. Neuroarchitecture is the study of how buildings affect brain function and behavior. Hospitals painted blue to calm you, schools shaped to improve memory. But this was next level. This was spiritual software embedded in limestone. There's a reason conquistadors avoided this city, not because it was haunted, because it understood them. You walk a little farther, there's a room with no doors, only a narrow shaft of sunlight through the ceiling. On the floor, etched in the dust, is a riddle if you remember this place. You never left? Chill. Joke time. Before we dissolve into philosophical soup, try to recreate this kind of lucid dream architecture in Minecraft. Once, all I ended up with was a cobblestone anxiety spiral and one very sarcastic sheep. Back in the present, or the dream, or wherever we are. You sit on a stone bench that feels warmer than it should be. A bird lands on a ruined statue and caws exactly 3 times, then flies off. That means something. You're sure of it. You close your eyes, and the city pulses beneath you. Not a heartbeat, more like a breath. Inhale, exhale, the rhythm of a place remembering itself for just a moment. You see the entire layout from above, again glowing lines, soft blue pathways, mind spiraling into mine, and then stillness. You open your eyes, and it's just a ruin again. Vines reclaiming stone, but inside you, something shifted. A thought is unfolding with its own architecture. You've walked through a mind, and it left the door open behind you. Section 5. The jungle slips away like a dream you forgot to write down when the leaves part. You're somewhere colder now. Wind whips across a frostbitten plain. Snow falls sideways, sharp as whispers. You're in Siberia, but not the kind with vodka and satellite dishes. This is deep Siberia, bone quiet, thought cold. Ahead, buried in ice like a frozen exhale, is a cave entrance barely big enough to crawl through. You duck inside, and immediately the air warms just a bit, just enough to feel alive. A flickering torch in the distance. Old, but burning. You move toward it. And there it is. A burial chamber. Walls blackened with soot. Shelves carved directly from the rock. And in the center, a skeleton sits cross-legged like it's still thinking about something important. At its side is the strangest thing you've ever seen. A human femur. Polished, smooth, and etched with intricate spirals and branching lines. It looks like someone carved a tree fractal into it. Veins, neurons, rivers of meaning. This isn't just burial. This is a message. And not for the living. For the future. The carvings, when mapped, mirror a Mandelbrot set a complex mathematical figure first formally described in the 20th century. But this bone, it's from at least 15,000 years ago. Scientists still argue about whether these carvings are proof of ancient mathematical understanding or just the world's oldest doodles. But one researcher, a neurosymbolist named Kira Vladov, had another theory. What if this wasn't math at all? What if it was memory compression? Think of it like zip files for thoughts. The theory goes like this. Ancient shamans encoded memories, visions, wisdom, warnings into fractal shapes that could be read by the subconscious, not through language, but by being held, by being felt. You pick up the bone, it's surprisingly light and almost warm. For a moment, your fingers tingle, not like pins and needles, more like recognition, like the bone knows you're trying to remember something you never lived. Suddenly, you're somewhere else, not physically, but cognitively. In your mind's eye, you see a fire-lit room chanting, a circle of figures seated around a pit. One of them holds the same femur and presses it to their chest. And then, just briefly, their eyes glow with reflected stars. You jolt back, bone in hand, knees shaky. Definition time. Before your brain melts, fractals are infinitely repeating patterns that appear self-similar at every scale. Think snowflakes, coastlines, broccoli, and yes, brain waves. They're nature's signature, and maybe memories. Some anthropologists now think our ancestors didn't just record experiences. They encoded them like software, written in spirals. A funny thing in the 1980s, a Russian hacker claimed to decode a similar pattern from a cave carving and accidentally triggered a lucid dream that lasted 12 hours. He woke up fluent in a language no one speaks. He now teaches linguistics to cats on TikTok. Probably. You put the bone down gently. It hums for a moment, then goes still. You glance back at the skeleton. Its jaw is open, like it died mid-sentence. You whisper, "I heard you." And somehow, that feels true. You leave the chamber, crawl back out into the snow. The cold hits harder now, as if your mind has warmed up while your body didn't get the memo. As you walk, a phrase circles your thoughts. Nothing is ever lost, only compressed. Maybe that's what forgetting is. Not deletion, just storage. Somewhere deep, our ancestors wait not in heaven or myth, but in the shape of their thinking, folded into patterns we don't quite know how to read anymore. But now, you've begun to remember joke time. Before you spiral, tried to carve a Mandelbrot set into a pumpkin last Halloween. Accidentally summoned my math teacher's disappointed ghost. We still don't make eye contact. Back to your journey. The wind howls like it's dragging syllables across the steppe. You glance up, and the stars form a pattern you swear you've seen before etched into the bone. Yes, but also in your own dreams. A fractal doesn't need to be new. It just needs to be recognized. And tonight, in the Siberian silence, you remember something not yours. A thought from 15,000 years ago, whispered through the grain of polished bone. A message, now opened. Section 6. The cold fades, and now there's warmth. Humid, dense, almost theatrical. You're walking through a fog bank that smells faintly of incense and something stranger metal and decay, like rusted time. The path leads to a clearing strewn with black volcanic rock. In the center stands an altar, cracked and moss-covered. Around it, arranged in a semicircle, are massive stone heads, each one easily the size of a small car. Wide, round faces, pursed lips, blank stares. You've entered the domain of the Olmecs, a civilization as enigmatic as it is ancient. These heads aren't just sculptures, they're watchers. And tonight, you're about to learn what they were watching for. You approach the altar. There's something lying on it, half buried under fallen leaves and time a mask made of jade, carved with sharp, impossible detail. The mouth is slightly open, the eyes empty, and carved along its inside edge, in glyphs barely visible in the moss, are 4 words, "Do not wear alone." Naturally, your fingers twitch. Here's a quick definition to keep us grounded. Apotropaic objects are items designed to ward off evil protective tools, like talismans, amulets, or very suspiciously specific jade masks. Except this one doesn't seem designed to protect you. It seems designed to hold you, or someone else. According to Olmec legends, what little survives certain masks were created to trap the souls of powerful individuals. Not in a spooky Halloween way, but in a ritualistic, metaphysical sense. The mask preserved the essence of the person, allowing others to consult them, borrow their voice, even wear their perspective. Kind of like astral Google Translate. Philosophers still argue about whether identity can be distributed across objects, but the Olmecs, they apparently went full send on it. You hold the mask up to your face, but stop just before contact. The air around it tingles like standing too close to a radio tuned to a dying station. You hear whispering, faint, curious, not malevolent exactly, but not thrilled either. There's a story found in a Nahuatl codex that describes a young shaman who tried to wear a soul mask alone. For 3 days, he walked through the village, speaking only in riddles and reciting forgotten bloodlines. When they took the mask off, he couldn't remember his own name. He spent the rest of his life drawing spirals in cornmeal and whispering to statues. So yeah, don't wear it alone. Noted. You set the mask back down. The stone heads around you seem to breathe in slightly, just a gust of wind. Surely, just weather. The Olmecs didn't leave behind as many written records as the Maya or Aztecs, but their art full of clues. Tiny humanoid figures wearing masks over masks, like identity was something to be layered, not possessed. Which raises a question. What if your sense of self is just a mask you've worn so long? You forgot it's not skin. You kneel in the grass, staring into the blank eyes of the jade face, and you feel something stir not in fear, but in recognition. Because this isn't a horror story, it's a ritual. The mask isn't trying to possess you, it's trying to mirror you. Definition break. In psychology, the mirror stage is a concept from Lacan. It's the moment a child first recognizes themselves in a reflection, understanding the self as both subject and object. That shock of becoming, maybe that's what these masks were, tools for self-recognition. And maybe, just maybe, sometimes what you see isn't just you. Here's your joke, because this is getting metaphysically spicy. Tried wearing a jade face mask during a spa night. Ended up channeling my ancestors and canceling brunch. 10 out of 10 highly moisturizing, mildly terrifying. You stand, the mask remains on the altar, watching or waiting, and the stone heads, one of them, you swear has turned ever so slightly, just enough to see you better. Time to go. As you step backward, the wind carries something, a voice, no, A feeling, like a question pressed into the back of your mind. Which mask are you wearing now? You don't answer, not out loud, but deep inside. A quiet truth unfolds. You've worn dozens, maybe hundreds. Names, roles, moods, beliefs, all layered. And now, in this ancient place, one of them has begun to slip, and beneath it, something older than memory. Section 7. Now it's night again. We're still, or maybe for the first time, the air is thick, but not with fog this time, it's heat. Heavy, iron-scented heat, the kind that buzzes in your teeth. You're walking across scorched earth. Black soil, red stones, sky like ink smeared with static. In the distance, a silhouette of a collapsed temple. Not Mayan, not Egyptian, something older, angular, alien almost. You've arrived in the Sahel, a stretch of land that's more rumor than geography. You've come looking for the temple of the machine gods. The local stories say that glowing beings descended here, not from the sky, but from inside the ground. They emerged through fire and gave the people metal. Fire that didn't burn. Tools that sharpened themselves. And a warning. Do not build beyond your hunger. Naturally, that warning was ignored. You pass through broken pillars and collapsed statues. One of them is a headless figure, holding a cube, a perfect cube. Too perfect. Even eroded. The edges remain mathematically sharp. Inside the temple, the walls are scorched black. But the damage isn't chaotic. It's patterned. Burn marks in the shape of circuitry. The stone here isn't sandstone or basalt, it's obsidian, shiny, dark glass, used since prehistoric times for mirrors and blades. But here, the obsidian slabs are carved with schematics. Not art, designs. You crouch near one slab and run your fingers over its surface. It's cold. Too cold. Like the stone forgot the sun. And engraved into it is something unmistakable. A capacitor, a gear, a neural net. Somehow thousands of years before electricity was even a concept. Someone or something mapped the inner workings of a modern machine. But not just any machine, a thinking machine. And not outside the body. Inside it, definition break, cybernetics is the study of systems biological, mechanical, or otherwise that self-regulate via feedback loops, brains, computers, ecosystems, economies, all trying to correct themselves, all dancing toward balance. Polymaths still argue about whether ancient cultures intuited cybernetic systems before science could name them. But this place, this scorched temple, it doesn't just hint at that idea, it screams it, silently. According to oral tradition, the machine gods taught people not only to smelt metal, but to shape time. What that meant has been lost, or maybe just encrypted. Some stories mention stones that stored voices. Others describe fire that told stories backwards. One fragment from a destroyed manuscript speaks of a tool called the Haruka, a device that whispers your thoughts before you think them. Some believe it was a primitive AI. You sit in front of a shattered altar. On its surface is what looks like a control panel buttons, or at least button-shaped indents. One is cracked, revealing layers beneath like circuitry layered in stone. You press it. Lightly, nothing happens. And then the walls flicker, not visibly cognitively, like your perception just blinked. Suddenly, you're standing not in a temple, but a workshop. Same space, different time. Bronze tools hang neatly on the wall. A tall figure, neither entirely human nor machine, turns and says something you can't understand, not in words, in intent. It wants to teach you something, but not now. Later, When your mind is ready to receive, the vision collapses. You're back in the temple. Heart racing, palms slick. The obsidian slab is humming beneath your fingers. And you realize you've just accessed a mnemonic relay, a cognitive machine, not built to do work, but to store and transmit awareness. Joke break. Or you'll short-circuit try to install one of these in my kitchen. Ended up burning toast while contemplating the inevitability of entropy. Tasted like nihilism. 2 stars. As you leave the temple, you spot one last carving near the exit, a spiral classic. But at its center, a single eye, not watching outward, watching inward. Maybe that's what the machine gods meant. They didn't teach us how to build devices. They taught us how to build selves. Consciousness not as biology, but as architecture. And maybe, just maybe, their final warning wasn't about greed or hubris. Maybe it was simpler. Don't build what you're not ready to understand. You step out under the stars. They're brighter now, but feel further away, like the sky is observing you with interest. You look back at the ruin one last time. Not destroyed, just asleep, and in your chest. A soft clicking sound begins, not mechanical, not ominous, just alignment. One gear sliding into place. Section 8, you're standing in the Aegean now, or what used to be. The waves lap against cliffs that look like they were chiseled by memory. There's a salt sting in the air, but the wind doesn't howl. It whispers, like pages turning. Somewhere below your feet, beneath the ruins of a city no one remembers, is a library that never existed. At least, not in any physical sense. This city, anonymous, shattered, sun-bleached, shows up in dozens of ancient texts under dozens of different names. Always the same pattern, a lost civilization destroyed by hubris, fire, or forgetting. And always, a passing mention of a great archive hidden below. But dig teams have found nothing. No scrolls, no shelves, no chambers. And yet, the references persist. A Sumerian clay tablet mentions the silence beneath the city of angles. An Egyptian ostrakon talks about the library with no books, only echoes, and a Greek fragment, attributed to Heraclitus but unsigned, reads, "The true library is read by forgetting." What does that mean? You walk into a roofless hall with broken columns, each one cracked just below the waist, like they bowed and then snapped. The floor is mosaic, shattered into hundreds of small tiles, most missing, but the ones that remain, they glow, just faintly. Just when you're not looking directly at them, a pulse of memory behind your eyes. This is it. Not a library of documents, a library of neurology. You sit cross-legged at the center of the room. The air thickens, not with dust or decay, but awareness. The kind of pressure that builds behind your forehead before you remember something important, and then it hits you. Not a vision, not a hallucination, just a realization. The archive was never meant to be written. It was installed. Definition time. Embodied cognition is the theory that your mind isn't confined to your brain. Your body, your environment, even your social context all help form your thinking. In other words, knowledge is not just stored, it's performed. Social media theorists still argue about whether knowledge lives in systems or individuals, but this place, this ghost library, it believes in neural architecture. Knowledge encoded in ritual, movement, interaction, not ink. That's why nothing was found. Because the library was never meant to be found. It was meant to be recalled. And now you're recalling it. You close your eyes, let your breath slow. The wind shifts through the columns like someone exhaling on the back of your neck. You hear footsteps, soft, Familiar, impossible. A voice you haven't heard in years whispers, "Do you remember how the stairs turned right here?" You open your eyes. There are no stairs, but you remember them. You remember walking down, touching the railing, counting 12 steps to the platform where the books weren't books. They were experiences. Each tile a thought. Each crack a forgotten idea. The whole place built not to preserve facts, but to reactivate selves. Different ones. Hidden ones. You're a person-shaped stack of drafts. This place knows that it's like being inside a browser history built out of echoes. There's a legend, half myth, half metaphor about a priestess who guided students through the archive. She never spoke. She just walked. The student followed. And by the end of the journey, they knew something new, not learned. New because the path itself was the lesson. You stand, walk slowly. Each step feels like an answer. Not to a question you asked, to a question you'd forgotten you had. Here's your joke. Before the existential vertigo hits, tried building my own mind library once, got distracted and ended up organizing all my childhood memories by snack preference. Let's just say 2002 was a heavy peanut butter year. Back in the ruins. The sky starts to fade into morning. The wind calms. The tiles stop glowing. But something in your spine tingles. A sense of retrieval. You've read something, or reread it, not with your eyes, with your presence. And now, whether you remember or not, it remembers you. You look back once. The hall is empty. But for a flicker, you think you see someone sitting where you were, head bowed, breathing slowly, waiting for their chapter to begin. Section 9. You're walking now without footsteps. The ground is soft ash, maybe, or memory. You've left stone behind, left architecture, left gravity. Kind of, there's only mist. And somewhere ahead, movement. Not speech, not gesture. Something older, a flicker of light. Then shadow, then rhythm. You're inside a ring of figures not fully visible, just silhouettes swaying gently. No words pass between them. No written language, but they are clearly speaking. And you understand, not intellectually, viscerally. It hits like music, like the way a sad violin tells you something is wrong even before you know who died. This is a language without words. Some researchers call it proto-communication, the pre-linguistic ways in which humans transmitted emotion and meaning through rhythm, tone, facial micro-movements, even synchronized breath. But this is beyond that. Linguists still argue about whether language limits or expands thought. This place, this circle, makes the argument irrelevant. Because here, you don't translate thoughts. You transmit them. The figures move in perfect sync. One raises a hand, and every other motion responds not copycatting, but resonating. Like jazz, but with muscle. A full-body sentence, spoken in motion. You feel something flutter behind your ribcage. Not fear, not quite joy, recognition. Like your body remembers this kind of speech even though your vocabulary forgot. One figure steps forward, barely distinguishable from the rest. No eyes, no face, but its presence sharpens the fog around it. It makes a sound, but not with a mouth. Light, a pulse, a tight beam of blue that pulses twice. Pauses. Once more. You feel it as a question. Not who are you, but which part of you is here? You try to answer, but there are no words. Instead, your shoulders rise slightly, your weight shifts onto your right foot, and you exhale a sharp breath. And just like that, the answer lands. You said something. You're not sure what, but it was heard. Definition break to help keep your neurons tethered. Emic communication refers to meaning making from within a cultural or sensory frame distinct from external or etic observation. Basically, meaning isn't in the message, it's in the shared experience of that message. This lost language seems to run entirely on emic logic, no vocabulary, just alignment. There's a story in an obscure Polynesian text debated. Of course, that describes islanders dancing in silence for hours, not performing, conversing, each step a unit of thought, each pause a choice. Scholars dismissed it as poetic exaggeration, but now you wonder, because this place, these people, they're not making art. They're arguing, debating, laughing, teaching, grieving, not with sentences, but with choreography. Not with syntax, but with synesthesia. And the strange part is you're getting better at it. You start noticing nuances, a flick of the wrist signals doubt, a shoulder roll, forgiveness, a syncopated breath, rebellion. A young figure nearby sends you a pulse of green light, low frequency, circular. It feels like a joke. Something about your posture, you smirk involuntarily. Here's your own joke, since the green one probably didn't translate. Tried explaining this language to Siri. She just played Dancing Queen and told me to hydrate. Anyway, after a while, minutes, hours, the circle begins to dissolve. The mist thins, and you sense a final message being passed. You carry this now. As you step away, your body tingles in strange places. Not like pins and needles, more like grammar. You don't feel like you've learned a new language. You feel like you've remembered a precursor to all language, the base code, the raw signal before culture, wrapped it in consonants. You walk alone again now, but every motion you make feels sharper, more meaningful. Even your silence seems fluent. You realize that this way of communication didn't disappear. It was absorbed, trapped under layers of etiquette and emojis and emails, but now it's humming in your blood again. Somewhere in the dark ahead, a new path opens, not carved, not walked, just felt. And without thinking, your shoulders shift, your hands relax. You answer. Section 10. You descend now, literally and metaphorically. The air grows heavy with salt and silence. Below the waves, somewhere off a forgotten coast in the Mediterranean, an ancient city sleeps, not ruined, submerged. The ocean around you is dark, but in front of you glows a faint blue geometry. You found it. The Cult of Symmetry. You swim or maybe float towards stone structures so mathematically precise they defy erosion. Everything here is angles, ratios, repetition. As if the city wasn't just built, but calculated. Even the fish seem to move in grid patterns. Archaeologists discovered this sunken layout decades ago, but dismissed it as geological coincidence. But divers keep returning with strange stories. Compasses spin, heartbeats sink to the tide. And one man swore he solved a decades-old proof after dreaming in perfect symmetry for 3 nights straight. You swim past what used to be a temple entrance. The columns form an arch with sides in golden ratio, a proportion repeated throughout nature. From nautilus shells to spiral galaxies to your own DNA, inside, everything is balanced. Mirrored halls, perfect circles. Even the erosion seems fair. You enter a chamber with 7 alcoves. In the center, a white sphere, stone, hollow, engraved with a single repeating phrase in linear script. Balance is not peace, it is alignment. Let's clarify with a quick definition. Sacred geometry is the study of geometric forms that appear repeatedly in spiritual, religious, or natural contexts. Some see it as coincidence, others as blueprint. Philosophers still argue about whether symmetry is an artifact of human cognition or a fundamental law of the universe. This city, it's clearly taking sides. You step or float closer to the white sphere. It's smooth? Cool. As you place your hand on it, a subtle vibration hums through your palm like the note of a tuning fork, but spatial. Suddenly your perspective rotates. You're no longer in a room. You're inside an equation. The walls shift around you into vectors and arcs. Light reflects at predictable intervals. Time feels like it's repeating in precise loops. You're experiencing reality symmetrically. Left and right switch places, then up and down. Then past and future blur together like twin mirrors facing each other. It's not disorienting. It's soothing. Like a lullaby written in architecture. One diver's log once claimed that this chamber could reset neurological patterns, especially trauma loops, by placing someone into an environment so thoroughly balanced. The brain had no choice but to recalibrate. Imagine therapy by architecture. Imagine walking through a hallway that untangles your worst thoughts. That's what this is. A symmetry engine. There's a legend here, too, of an initiate who stayed in the chamber for 3 days. When they emerged, they couldn't lie, not because of morals, but because their mind rejected imbalance. They spoke only in truths, or silence. Joke break. Before your brain turns into a mandala, tried building a symmetrical kitchen. Ended up making 2 identical toasters and a moral crisis every time I buttered bread. Don't recommend. You open your eyes, or maybe you never close them. The chamber looks normal again. The stone sphere, just stone. But something inside you now mirrors back. Thoughts arrive in clean, paired phrases. Emotions feel squared off, not numbed, just legible. This city wasn't a worship site. It was a mind gymnasium. They didn't come here to kneel. They came here to equalize, and maybe that's the lesson. Symmetry isn't about perfection, it's about resonance, matching inner vibration to outer form, creating a self so balanced, it echoes back into the world. As you swim out, if you can call this swimming, you glance back one last time. The city hums behind you, pulsing gently beneath the waves. A breathing fractal, a thought made of stone. And somewhere deep within your chest, your pulse matches its rhythm, not just calm, aligned. Section 11, you surface into cool air, lungs grateful, eyes blinking against the early light of a world that doesn't know what you've seen. But there's no time to explain, not that anyone would believe you. Your journey continues upward now, not metaphorically, but literally. You're scaling a ridge in the Altai Mountains, where the wind smells of pine and ancient fires, and the cliffs look like frozen waves of thought. Here, carved deep into the face of a mountain, is a cave, hidden by time, rediscovered by accident by a reindeer herder who followed a bird into the shadows and found not feathers, but fire in the shape of thought. Inside, the air is warm, dry, and faintly metallic. You step into darkness, but it doesn't feel empty. It feels alive. You light a torch and hold it up. The walls ignite, not in flame, but in color. Thousands of tiny dots and lines, painted with pigments derived from mushrooms, roots, and allegedly bioluminescent moss. The entire cave is a glowing, breathing neural diagram. You're inside a prehistoric brain scan. Not literal, of course. No fMRI machines back then. But the layout is unmistakable. Lobes, pathways, a spine of overlapping synaptic spirals. The shamans who made this didn't just paint the mind, they mapped it, and not anatomically, experientially. Definition check-in. Qualia are the subjective, ineffable qualities of conscious experience, the redness of red, the taste of metal when you're afraid. Scientists can't measure them. Poets can't describe them. But this cave, it visualizes them. You step deeper. The air changes. A low hum begins, probably just the wind. Probably, and the glowing patterns flicker. Suddenly, you're not walking, you're drifting. This isn't just art. This is cognitive theater. The layout of the cave seems to react to your mental state. Turn left when anxious, and the walls spiral outward. Turn right when calm, and the dots condense into clusters. The shamans built the cave to mirror and manipulate consciousness. Neuroscientists still argue about whether architecture can influence cognition directly or just mood. But this cave doesn't care. It just works. In one chamber, you find an outline of a figure, arms extended, head encircled by rings of light. It's surrounded by handprints. Some tiny, some large, all reaching inward. This was a place of initiation, not into a tribe, into the mind. One theory says the firelight combined with reflective minerals in the walls to create a strobing effect. The same kind seen in modern meditation domes or low-frequency light therapy. Shamans would stare, breathe rhythmically, and let the patterns pull them into altered states. Imagine discovering neurofeedback before inventing chairs. And there's the joke you need right now. Tried creating a mind cave of my own. Got a Himalayan salt lamp, some lo-fi beats, and a mirror. All I saw was my tax anxiety lit in soft pink. Very healing. You step into the final chamber. It's circular, tight, quiet. The walls curve in so closely it feels like the inside of a skull, or a thought about to be born. In the center, a pit of burned wood. Around it, markings suggest this is where they ended the ritual, or maybe where they began remembering. You kneel, close your eyes, breathe for a moment. You feel something tug not at your body, but at your sense of self, like a layer of identity is loosening, like your awareness is expanding just past the skin. And in that moment, a strange phrase enters your mind. The fire was never heat. It was intention. You open your eyes. The cave glows softly. Not from the torch. From memory, not yours. The cave's. You stand and walk back toward the entrance. The light outside is bright now. Cold wind rushes in. But you're still warm. Because something inside you is still burning. Not dangerously, not destructively, just consciously. Section 12. You descend again, this time into shadow. Humidity, and the trembling breath of a jungle that hums with more than insects. Somewhere in the Amazon basin lies a place that doesn't appear on any map, yet it appears in dreams. Travelers speak of it only in metaphors. They call it the garden that grew minds. You push through vines thick as rope, leaves as broad as memory, until you stumble upon a clearing not man-made, but mind-made. In the center, ringed by trees arranged in a spiral, is a garden unlike any you've ever seen. No tidy rows, no fruit trees, just a wild riot of mosses, fungi, vines, and flowers every shade of color, but also every shape of thought. Because this wasn't a garden for food, it was a neurological greenhouse. Here, a now vanished people cultivated not crops, but cognitive states. A vine that induces courage, a flower that opens the senses, a spore that triggers ancestral memory in the form of music. Let's ground this with a definition. Ethnobotany is the study of how cultures use plants for medicine, ritual, and psychological transformation. Biologists still argue about whether these Amazonian groups discovered or were taught their plant knowledge. Some claim it was trial and error, others intuition, but here it looks like something different. Design. You kneel beside a plant that glows faintly blue in the shadows. Its leaves twitch when you breathe. Its roots form a fractal pattern in the soil. A nearby tree seems to lean toward it, casting just enough shade to regulate its growth. Nothing here is random. The shamans who tended this place referred to themselves not as healers, but as gardeners of the mind. Their goal wasn't to fix sickness, it was to cultivate thought. One ancient manuscript translated under debate describes a ceremony where participants were each paired with a specific plant that matched their neurological tone. They would sit, breathe, and synchronize until their thoughts grew in harmony. It wasn't therapy, it was photosynthesis of the soul. You walk farther into the spiral, the air thickens. Not in a bad way. More like syrupy focus. You begin to notice details that were invisible before the rhythm of crickets, the exact number of petals on a flower, the subtle humming of a vine remembering the sun. Yes, remembering. Because these plants weren't just reactive, they were co-creative. Some theories suggest these people bioengineered plants not with tools, but with attention. That through ritual, frequency, and intent, they bred species that responded to emotion. Imagine a plant that blooms only when you forgive someone, or one that withers when you lie. Sounds impossible until you realize that even today, studies show plants react to sound, stress, and yes, human presence. A neurochemist once tried to recreate this ecosystem in a lab. She returned from the Amazon with a handful of spores. For 3 weeks, her lab reported unexplainable spikes in dopamine without anyone ingesting anything. She later claimed the spores were leaking song. Of course, funding was pulled. You reach the heart of the spiral. There's a pool here shallow, mirror still. Floating in the center is a single leaf, bright white, perfectly symmetrical, humming faintly. You lean over it. In the reflection, your face dissolves, replaced by waves. Not water, not sound. Brain waves. You're seeing your own cognition reflected back. And it's organized, clean, harmonized. Like the garden's been weeding you all along. Here's your joke. Before this becomes a TED Talk for vines, tried growing my own mind-enhancing garden at home. All I got was a paranoid rosemary bush and a basil plant that judges my Spotify playlist. Back in the clearing, the shadows have shifted. The spiral of plants now seems to lead back outward. You begin to walk, slower this time. Each step feels like pruning, like trimming thoughts that no longer serve. Not deleting, just composting. And as you exit the garden, something follows, not a person, not a plant, a scent, one that triggers not memory, but potential, like a thought you haven't had yet. The garden didn't teach you anything, it just prepared you, because growth doesn't always come from knowing. Sometimes it comes from germination, and tonight, something has taken root. Section 13, now the forest is gone, the air is still, and the silence is wrong. You stand at the edge of a dry crater carved into a rocky plain. There's no vegetation, no wildlife, no wind, just the eerie calm that comes after something enormous has vanished. At the center of the crater, half buried in pale dust, is a broken tablet. Not stone, not clay, something else. Something that hums faintly when you get close, like it's disappointed to see you. This is all that remains of a civilization with no name, no ruins, no artifacts, no stories, only one surviving page of a codex written in spirals. And a single line still legible. The gods came not to teach, but to unteach. You blink. Read it again. Unteach. That's not a typo. That's a reversal. A rewind. These beings, whether gods, travelers, or echoes of ourselves from a future we forgot, didn't arrive bearing knowledge. They came to remove it. Why? Because knowledge, they believed, had become toxic. Not in content, but in weight. Definition time? Cognitive overload occurs when the brain is exposed to more information than it can process effectively, leading to anxiety, error, or shutdown. Philosophers still argue about whether forgetting is failure or function, but this civilization made their choice. They chose amnesia. You walk into the crater. The dust crunches beneath your feet like ash that remembers being solid. Around you are faint outlines, once structures, now melted into topography. No signs of war, no erosion, just erasure. It's as if this place deleted itself, not because it was defeated, but because it was full. One surviving scroll fragment, copied by a visiting monk and hidden in a Tibetan monastery. Describe the process. The gods arrived in silence. They gave no tools, only gestures. They taught people to sit in circles, speak backward, and write only in dreams. Within 3 generations, language dissolved. Within 6, architecture was forgotten. Within 10, the self became optional. And that was the goal, not destruction. Unlearning. You kneel beside the tablet. Your reflection stares back from its faintly metallic surface, distorted slightly as if your identity were a file trying to close. Here's a story to chew on. A philosopher in the 1960s claimed he accessed a buried memory during meditation. He saw himself among these people, laughing without words, moving without purpose, knowing nothing, and being free. When he returned, he burned all his books, unplugged his phone, and disappeared into the Swiss Alps. He left behind a note, "I am lighter now." Back in the crater, you press your fingers to the tablet. It pulses softly. You hear nothing. But that silence is thick with meaning. Because unteaching doesn't erase the truth, it just removes the scaffolding around it. Joke time. Before you uninstall yourself entirely, tried unteaching my dog to beg for treats. Now he just silently judges me from across the room while telepathically transmitting disappointment. Advanced. The wind picks up finally, and with it, dust lifts into the air. For a brief moment, you see shapes, spiraled paths, geometric shadows, faces made of nothing but absence. Then gone. You realize this place wasn't abandoned. It was relieved. The gods didn't curse the civilization. They freed it from ego, from memory, from the burden of needing to know. You stand, and something inside you feels lighter, not empty, just decluttered. Because maybe we've spent too long chasing more insight, more information, more control. And maybe the forbidden teaching here is this: sometimes the greatest wisdom isn't what you know, it's what you're willing to forget. Section 14, there is a dry wind now, brushing past your ears like the whisper of parchment turning itself. The sun is lower, the land has shifted again. What was once lush or scorched is now stone-cracked, warm, and dotted with rectangular depressions, graves. You've entered a necropolis, one forgotten by every calendar, save for the ones written in reverse. In this place, the tombs are numbered, but not in the order you'd expect. Each grave marker is carved with a numeral, ancient and indecipherable to most, but to you, it's clear. They count backward: 14, 13, 12, and suddenly, a question crawls up the back of your neck like a spider made of logic. What happens when they reach 0? You walk slowly, reading the inscriptions. There are no names, only numbers, symbols, and occasionally, an eye etched deeply, always open. There's no central crypt, no grand temple, just a gently spiraling descent, each tomb nestled lower than the last, as if the entire city of the dead was a clock winding down. You reach Tomb 1. It's not a grave, it's a mirror, a perfect obsidian slab, upright, untouched by sand or wind. You stare into it, not at yourself, at the number 0, glowing faintly in the reflection, though not carved anywhere you can see. You feel it. This wasn't a place for the dead. This was a place for the soon-to-be born. Here's the forbidden teaching. This civilization didn't see death as an end. They saw it as a launch point. Rebirth, not as poetry, but as data transfer. Definition time. Metempsychosis is the philosophical concept of the soul passing from one body into another after death. Plato flirted with it. Eastern philosophies embody it. But here it was systematized. Mystics still argue about whether reincarnation is symbolic or literal. This culture didn't argue. They measured it, documented it, prepared for it. And they did so with countdowns. The dead weren't mourned. They were archived, encoded in ritual, loaded like files into the architecture of the earth, each grave an installation point. The numbers didn't count down to loss, they counted down to return. Each soul was expected to reincarnate in reverse sequence, not randomly, in a pattern aligned with celestial cycles and geographic harmonics. Imagine a reincarnation system with appointment slots. You kneel beside Tomb 3. The soil here is newer, slightly disturbed. Someone was just retrieved, and a faint sigil on the stone pulses a spiral interlaced with an hourglass. A researcher once speculated that these tombs operated like time-release capsules for consciousness, that the architecture created neural cues for when and how identity would reform. She disappeared 6 months later after publishing a half-finished paper titled, "You Will Not Be Born Until the Earth is Ready." You stare into the obsidian mirror again. The surface ripples not physically, but cognitively, like your reflection is loading. A faint sound behind you like footsteps in reverse. You turn, no one, but there is a breeze, moving toward you from the horizon. Not pushing, pulling. Here's your existentially soothing joke. Tried scheduling my own reincarnation using Google Calendar, accidentally double-booked myself in the 12th century and the year 3033. Now I get deja vu every time I eat soup. Back to the moment. The sun is dipping low, casting long shadows that stretch uphill as if trying to return to their source. You start to walk backward instinctively away from the mirror, and with each step, something in you reverses. Not aging, not memory, just assumption. You feel the architecture of your life shifting. What if time was not a river, but a loop with numbered entry points? What if identity isn't built forward but reinstalled? You leave the necropolis without a sound. The number 0 still pulses behind your ribs. And for the first time in your life, you don't fear returning, because maybe next time, you'll remember the countdown. Section 15. And now you reach the end. Or so it seems. But if you've been paying attention and you haven't you, you'll know by now that endings are rarely what they pretend to be. Ahead is a door, but not one built by hands. It's formed of stone and shadow, held up by memory and meaning, embedded in the base of a hill, so old the earth forgot it. You step through, no resistance, inside. It's cool, circular, quiet. The walls are carved with symbols you've seen before, just not in the same place. They're fragments from every lost civilization you've touched tonight. The serpent mandalas, the obsidian schematics, the countdown glyphs. You're not in a tomb. You're in an archive of reality. A chamber built not to protect history, but to dream it. At the center, a pedestal, upon it, a stone disc. Carved in spirals, sure, but at the center is an eye. Not a god's, not a symbol. Yours. And you remember what this place is. Or maybe you never truly forgot. It's the dream that woke the world. This chamber deep underground, forgotten by maps, untouched by doctrine, was designed by a civilization that believed reality wasn't discovered or constructed. They believed it was dreamed. Consciousness doesn't exist within the universe. It projects the universe. Scientists still argue about whether consciousness is emergent or fundamental. This place, it doesn't argue. It whispers, "You are the dreamer and the dreamed." You kneel before the disc. It hums, not sound resonance. The same note you felt in the ziggurat, the jungle, the symmetry chamber. It's been playing all along, hasn't it? This isn't a new lesson. It's the final recursion. You're not learning something. You're remembering that you already knew it. The stone begins to glow faintly. Your thoughts soften. You feel the veil between waking and dreaming get thinner like gauze soaked in rain. A thought forms. Slowly. What if all these civilizations weren't destroyed? What if they weren't lost? What if they simply woke up and, in doing so, slipped out of the shared dream we call reality? You look around. The walls are shifting now, not crumbling, not fading, but changing states. They're not stone anymore. They're thoughts. Liquid thoughts. Dissolving back into the collective unconscious. The chamber is collapsing not violently, but gently, like a sigh at the end of a sentence. And as it does, your sense of self does too. Not in a scary way, and in a freeing one. Because here, at the edge of all forbidden teachings, is the last lesson. There was never a line between you and the dream. You were never separate. You were the echo of a thought learning to think itself. And now, you remember joke time. To keep one toe in the waking world. Tried lucid dreaming last week. Ended up in a therapy session with my toaster. It's fine. We worked through some things. Back in the chamber, if that's even what this is anymore, there's only one thing left to do. You close your eyes, and for the first time, truly, you fall asleep. Not to rest, but to return. Because reality doesn't end. It just cycles, like the tombs, like the masks, like the stars. And tonight, the dream goes on without you for a little while, until you're ready to wake it again. Section end. And so, dreamer. You've walked the spiral from the sun-scorched ziggurats of forgotten Sumer to the neural gardens of the Amazon. From the symmetrical silence beneath the sea to the tombs that whisper backward through time. Each civilization left behind not just artifacts, but echoes fragments of a world built not on technology or conquest, but on perception. On the idea that reality itself is a construction of attention. These weren't just lost peoples, they were lucid ones. They encoded their truths in architecture, in bone, in rhythm, in silence. They used fire not for heat, but for intention. They mapped the stars not to predict the future, but to understand the self. And you didn't just learn their teachings, you remembered them. Because maybe nothing is truly forgotten. Maybe it's all stored somewhere beneath the noise of modern thought, waiting for silence, waiting for stillness, waiting for sleep. So now slow your breath, let your body settle, let your mind let go. There's nothing more to chase, nothing more to name. You've followed the forbidden teachings to their final threshold, and beyond that, only the soft unfolding of a dream. So close your eyes. Let the stories echo and drift. You are not alone. You're not awake. You are exactly where you were always meant to be.